What's up, Lottie? How's it going? Good old soda. Time for some mind-bending puzzles. Got still a lot of puzzles to finish. We still have a few that I have to completely gem up, and then there's a few that I have to... What up, Gold? I'm going to do my best to just try to get through these, like, as best as I can. It's been like 2 months since we played this, so I know my brain... I've forgotten a lot of the rules, so kind of just jump in. I think we'll start by finishing the compass area. This goes where all like the puzzles are, so I'm not going to do any of the red ones. I'm just going to do the yellow ones, and then we'll go back and do the red eventually. So the way that compass worked is you have to count the cells within the region that are farther north, south, east, or west. So like this can't go to the side, but it can go all the way up. And then we can only draw particular shapes. So like for right down here, this has to be this. Which also would mean that this would have to be this. Yeah, this is just puzzles, so we should be okay. Now this could be, well, it has to be to the side, but it can't go down, so this would have to be here. This would at least have to be there. This would have to go right there, here, here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong? Hold on. This can't go to the side. Yeah, it can't go to the side either way, so this has to go here. There's no other way. Trying to think of like what this could be. It can't go down. It can't go up. So yeah, this would have to be a square. There's no other way. U. Because like this, because it can't be that. It'd have to be this, and it can't be a T-piece, so there's that over there. Well, this would have to be this. So, okay, this can't go up at all. So this would have to be here. This would have to be like... Well, I guess it could be that. Yeah, no, this would have to be a square then. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. This would have to be looking like this. You would have to be this. Now this is where it can get... No, actually this would have to be here. Be this though? No, because I guess it could be this. This could be like this, 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 and this. There we go. Okay. Pieced it together eventually. Pieced it together eventually. So now we have the rose windows, and the rose windows, they have to... Why is everything just starting to lag? I don't know if that's just my preview or if that's like... No, it's just the left monitor, but it shouldn't affect the screen. Got it. We have to have each region, so there's 2 regions because there's 2 of these. And they each have to. So you can only go up twice. So you are connected to this like that, which means you are a different color. And then, oh, maybe not. Okay, let's figure this out. Because this has to be a 3, but then it can't be like that. So these 2 can't go together. So this has to be like that. And it can't be over here. So this has to be different. Oh, actually, hold on. It could be this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and then you just can't go up ever again. But that does mean that you could get all of these. Except that one. No? 2. Like I do. It's just a matter of, if I do this, then that means that this has to get 3. And that's never gonna happen. But if I do like this, this is the only 3, and then it can never go up here ever again. And then you have this 3. Oh, well, actually, hold on. This 3 could be connected right here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Hurt my brain a little bit, but we're fine. Okay, 4 different... What a blessing. 4 different ones of these. Okay, so you have to grab this one. I think. Right. How does this work? Literally, the only thing that works is this. No, because you can work like this. Oh, that's devious. That's actually devious. Because that's still 3. Okay. So 4. You can't go straight up. So you'd have to go like this. Got it. Okay. We got different colors. And then these symbols, these are delta symbols. So they have to be 2 different shapes. So each one of these has to be different. This can't go up. This can't go to the side. This can't go to the side. And this can't go to the side. Delta? Yeah, delta. This also can't go up, which means that this is a box like that. You have to go this way. But I don't know if you two mix is the problem. You have to go down, and then you can't be Deltarune tomorrow. I've never played it, so. Okay. You have to be this. There's no other way. The problem, hold on, is that while you are right there, you could be over here. You would have to go down, which means you both are the same. You can't go across, so that's done. You can't go up, because if you go up, that ruins you. You have to be 2 up. Which can only work if this is the case. Okay. You would have to be this, you would have to go down, and then you're right there. Alright, cool. I've heard good things about Deltarune, I have no interest in playing it. This has to be built somehow. So you would look like this. You would go like here. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you're right there. I don't know what's going on, but this mouse feels heavy. Like, I can't describe it other than that. Okay. So let's get these like lines put in. Like anytime we see 0, we just want to make sure we put the lines in to tell us like where we can put things and where we can't. All regions must have an area of exactly 5. Okay. Perhaps make the mouse lighter. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so this is going to have to look something like this. There's no other possible way. Let's see, what other one can we do? So this is a 4. So that means all 4 have to go up. And 1 goes to the side, and then 1 goes over here. You look like that, I suppose? Wait, hold on. No, I think you have to look like this. No? I don't know about you yet. You confuse me. You are 3 and a 4. Which means that you're like that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. They all have to be size 5 is like the weird part about this. You can only go this way, which means that you would have to go like this. You would be something else. Yep, okay, this is looking clean. This is looking clean right now. This would have to go in here, which means that hold on. Is that how that works? No, because you would have to go like this, I think. Yeah, because that way you look like that, and then you would look like this. There we go. Okay, that's coming together now. Is this just a U? I think that's just a U. Okay, this is coming together. This is coming together. U. Or do I want to do U instead? Is it something like this, maybe? The 13 Witch Hat Atelier? How was that hell? I think it's this. You would be 5. You would have to come into here. Yeah, you would look like that. You would look like that, and then, yeah! Solved it. It was unexpected. That's fair. That is fair. We're just solving puzzles. So all regions must have an exact area of 6. This is just there for some reason. Each region contains a single symbol, so symbols cannot touch each other. And they have to be an area of 6. A lot of enemy region. Gotcha. Gotcha. How much is this? 60, so there's 10. Okay. So you can't go down at all. But all 6 remaining things are up here. So you would have to go this way. And then the same goes for you, but you can go down. Actually, no. Yeah, you know, you'd be the same. Okay. I mean, this would have to go here. Like, this feels like it's just something like this. I mean, it could go further. Well, I guess actually this would be the one that I'd want to do. Because this has to go down 2. And it can't be, it has to be this one. It'd have to be this. And then 4 has to be either right here or right here. But then you also have this to consider. Right? You can't go up. If I do this, because here's your 2, but then you're never gonna escape, right? And there has to be a single symbol per. That's the thing that's like really messing me up. This symbol has to escape somehow. No, I'd have to let, like, this has to go down here at least once. Puzzle games hurt my brain, chat. this seems logical. Then you have you. Like, you can't go up or down, so, like, your only thing is like this. And then you would have to go to the side. Unless, hold on. What if I switch it like this? Right. You would still need to come down. You would need to go this way. And then you would be fine. And then you can't go up, so there's that. You would have to leave this way. This is 5, right? Yeah. But you still have to go down. So you look like that. Okay, hold on, we're getting somewhere. You can't go up. But that would mean that you're that. You have to go up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. I think you would have to be like that. Okay, the only issue is this part right here. Something's wrong here. I think, what up, Derek? Oh, because it's this. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. I knew I did something wrong. I just couldn't figure out what. Okay, at least it wasn't until the end. Alright, more compasses. Size separation. Neighboring regions must have different areas. I love that. They have to have different areas. They can't be different shapes. They just have to be different areas. Okay. But they could be as big as they want, or... How in the world do I do this? Hold on. If I do this, no. Because, like, these look like they have to be boxes, but they can't because then that rule gets broken. But some of these could be like this, right? So where it's like box, box, this, and this. Then you'd have something that looks like that, this here. You would only be that. This would be a 1. So close. I think I am close. I think something else is wrong. Because those are the same size. Okay. So what if I do this? No, you actually have to be this. That's the key here. You would have to be like this, I think. I think? Yeah, no, you would have to be the start, but like... Yeah, you would have to start like that. No, but you could be a 3. Hold on, you could be a 3 if I were to do this. No, hold on. Sorry, it's the other way around. It's like, no, I'm still dumb. Like this. Okay, it's like this. Okay, so we do that. That means you both have to be squares, and that means you have to be this. Which means you have to be just a 1, and then you're a 3. You have to be a line, and then you're a 2. You're a 1 to a 3. Look at that. My brain actually works. Hallelujah, dude. Hallelujah. Alright, these areas numbers. That's how big the area can be. So let's just be real. This is like this. Okay. That's interesting, I guess. In the world? So I get the feeling that no, these can never be. Yeah, these could never be. What up, Neeld? Long time no see. I use the hint system a bunch in this game. I hope you're doing well, Neeld. You would have to come out this way. Two, 3, 4. That's 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be something like this, right? Probably something like this. Where have you been? Thinking about this. Doing well? Good for you, good for you. I'm seeing this 5. I got 1, 2, 3. So I got 2 more that I can do on this side. Which actually both have to be here. You would have to come out, so you'd have to be here. You would have to be there. Which then pushes you this way. Five below, huh? What up, Lily? How's it going? I'm hanging in there. How about you? Is it 3, 2, 3, 4, 5? Because that equals this. This would have to be different. Let's go down 1 and up 1 at least. Also, this 4 would have to be like this. Oops, my bad. Didn't mean to block that immediately, but like it has to look like this. About to graduate? Dang, congratulations. I think I've graduated. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? Oh, because that up there. That makes sense. 1, 1. And then this is just by itself. Cool. And then you will go right here, which means that you must do this. 1, 2, 3. Got it. All requirements, nice. Well, congratulations. It's interesting seeing people who I've known for like years graduate. Something that I could never do, and I'm proud for all who can do it. So truly, congratulations. I just play puzzle games. My brain. Oh my gosh, what am I looking at here? So we have 4 rows windows. So I have to make sure that each rose window. Okay. Well, these two can combine, because that satisfies this. You just now have to go up, which is fine. And as a matter of fact, those windows, I don't mind them. So if this has to go up, you have to go to the side, but you can't be here. That means that you are connected. Nope, never mind, you're not. These two can't be connected. These two can't be connected. Well, that means that you would have to go here. There's no other way. How I do an early enough plan for more school later, but won't be fully few years. That's fair. That is fair. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. Cool. Well, let's just be real. These all have to be separate. That can't go up. You also can't go up. All regions have an area between 4 and 6. Awesome. While y'all stare at this for a while, I need to be right back for a second. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, I am back. Yeah. I had to end my drives early today, just because, like, I had a pretty bad stomach ache and mentality was, like, not the greatest. And that stomach ache has just been coming back in waves. So, it has not been the best. Ugh. Anyway, back to puzzles. Couldn't this work? I guess it could. Like, these would have to be different. This can't go up, and this would have to at least be a 4. Can't go right here, can't go right here. It could go either way here. You never know. These two can't connect. Due to the 0. Which means this and this don't connect. Which means you go down. I mean, you could also go to the side. That's... Oh, no, you have to at least come down one more. So there's that. There's this. So you're done. 3, 4. You'd have to come around here. Technically, you would have to be this. I believe. One of you two is going to be to the side. You're already at 5. Like, I'm thinking something like this. With you... Whoops. Oh, I can't go back. Oh, hold on. That might be important. Since I can't go back, you would have to either go down or to the right. Which means you would have to look like this. Okay. And then you actually have to go like this. I think. You would have to go like this. You would go here and you would go there. Got it. Had to think about that one for a second. Alright, no regions are a rectangular shape. Got it. So they're all unique in some way. Thick. So you would have to be like something like this. So rectangular obviously means like this. A square would also be rectangular. So you would have to at least come down like this. And then you can't intersect there. They all can be the same shape. Are they all just... Well, it can't go up. So I think that let's put it this way. This has to come down at least, but it can't go that way. Go down one more. Well, this, yeah. You have to go to the side here. Well, actually, you could go right here. Because then both of you would get finished by this. Correct. But then you would never work. Restart, restart. You would be the one that would never work. Because if I... So you have to go right down this way, right? But you can't touch because you can't have the same color on each side of the window. You two could never work either. So it would have to look something like this. You two could never work as well. Actually, hold on. That's not entirely true. That is entirely... Well, Yeah, because you can. It just means I can't go any further that side. So that is an option. So let's go over here. You two just can't be an option. In fact, you two have to go together. Okay. You'd have to go at least up one. See, but this has to come down. It can't intersect with you. Like, you'd have to come down to here. I guess you three could all connect, but then that doesn't work because of this guy right here, so no. These two could connect. And then this works. That can go all the way down. And you're like this, and then you just go like that. There we go. The big brain plays are happening. All regions are rectangular. Okay. That means you just have to be going that way at least. You could have others going the other way, but at the very least, like, you're just a line. Which means you're probably just that. That makes sense. You can't go up in this case. And that's the same here. You can't go up and down because it has to be boxy. So the answer to this is this. Correct. This has to go to the right 5. So you would look something like this. You would look something like this, like that, like this, and like that. Look at that! Making progress, making progress. Now we get to some of the harder puzzles, since we have unlocked that. You know what? I'm liking the compass idea. Compass is working well for me. All regions must have different shapes. Okay, so this is only 1 by 1, which means you need to go out like this way. Awesome. You essentially have to be this. Okay. You would essentially just have to be that, right? That makes sense to me. Oh, different shapes, huh? This would work. And like this. Right. You would have to be a line of some kind. What is your deal? No, you would be the 2, which means you're a 3. Okay. something like this. All right, I'm coming together here. Also, oh, that's supposed to be the one that teaches me, I think. All right, let's do this. Each region has a single symbol. They all have to be boxes, and it's a compass. Cool. Where do I want to begin? I mean, it's 4, 5. This has to be that, right? Pretty sure you have to be that. 20? 18. 4 by 6. So that would be all of these. Nope, I don't know how to count. 3. 3 by 6. And then, right, what do we have? 4. So by 5. So like this. Okay. You are 5. And then 6. You would just have to be like this. There's no other way. 9 would go right here to 12. That's 8. This would be 12? Okay. I mean, this is coming together pretty well. 9, huh? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. Yep, okay. You would just have to be this. Then you'd have to be this. All right, cool. Cool, this is all coming together. I like this. 4, probably like this. 12, huh? 12 is probably this. And then goes up right here. You would go like that, and then you would be like this. 10 and 6, huh? Well, 10 is going to be like this. Which I think that actually solves that. 4 and 2. So you're looking like that. 5 is like probably here, so we're looking right here to here. 6 and 12, huh? 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's probably this and that. Look at that! Oh, we did it. We're doing good. We're doing good. Okay, I'm starting to understand Kumpai more. All regions must be the letter P. Okay. I mean, it would be something like this. You... Wait, what? Hold on. How do you make sense? Is then this is that. Which means you can't be up again. You can't be up again. You can't be right. You can't be right. So I guess you'd have to go right here. Oh, but you could be like this. Okay, that makes more sense. You are probably this. Can't go here. Can't go right there, so you'd have to go right here. Now it's just putting the pieces together. This would go here. This would go here, to here, to here, to here. Probably to here, to here. quite. I think these ones are the wrong ones. And it could be like this, right? This would go right here, this would go right here, this would go right here, and this would go right here. Look at that. Kit's big brain working well. Working well. Alright, each region has their own symbol. So you're just kind of by yourself. You can only go up and to the side. Let's just be real. You would just have to be like this. You... Return, I found out the anime I watched episode of the season finale left out a huge ass cliffhanger. As it happens, as it happens. Interesting, you would have to go... Oh, hold on, how does this work? Because if you go down, you can't go this way. So it means you have to be, like... here? But you would also have to be over here. Ooh, you are like this. I understand. Okay. Okay, game. It's probably like that. Like I used to episode cliffhangers, but not a huge cliffhanger for season finale. Yeah, season finales nowadays, I feel like try to do that. Well, that's just that. Each region contains a single symbol. Awesome. So you go all the way around. That must be what it is. So I think you go like this. Somehow. Which means that you go like this, you go like this, and you go like that. That's some big brain frickin' moves right there. Well, you can only go this way. There's no other option. Okay. So you can travel all the way south, but you just can't go above. So one of these is my next one. Which one is it? I need to stop glazing the anime. It's all good. It's all good. Anime is fun. Anime is fun. I get it. I do get it. Okay, so something I've realized is that this can't go up here, like this can't be where the one is, because nothing's going to be able to reach it. I mean, I guess this could, but then we have to go down somehow. And if it goes all the way like down over here, it's not going to work. So I'm wondering if it's Occam's razor, where the simplest answer is the correct answer. Could be. Well, actually, hold on, this 4 has to be this. Because it can't go over to the side, and that's 3. So, is that what this is? You're stunned how they end the season. As it happens, as it happens. You have to go all the way over here. So what, are you just like this? She could be. You at least have to go down one. So you can do that. You can't go to the side. So actually, I think you have to be like this and this. Which means something else has to be a 2. How's your brain going on this level? Yeah, pretty good. I like puzzles. Puzzles are fun. And when you don't have much of a brain to begin with, it's pretty easy. So what I am thinking, that this can go like this. This goes like this, but then circles around to grab this. You have to be a 3. So you have to go down here, and then this goes to satisfy that. And then you both are just boxes. Yep. Listen, do we want to do some hard ones right now? Like, we still have a lot of the other ones to do. We could do the 7 Palisades one. Let's go to Palisades. Y'all want to see some real mind benders? Go find Palisades. There we go. I don't know why it feels like my mouse is like dragging. Can I unlimited this? No. Like, I don't know what's going on with my mouse, but it just feels weird. Also, I don't need that. Unlimited and then VSync. Yeah, it's fine. Doesn't need to be that good. Okay, so this has to be right this. This has to be like this. All areas have to be exactly 4, huh? Okay. Interesting, interesting. I like Palisades. Palisades are good. All these are regions of 4, huh? Neighboring regions must be different shapes. Got it. Okay. I just saw that. So what? If we do something like this, do something like this. Oh, this seems fine. Alright, cool. Listen, sometimes I just see the answer. The answer is just right there, and I'm like, yep, I see it. This has to go here. Is there any other ones that I can do? This has to go out. You two are also connected somehow. All regions must be the shape. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. What are we thinking? So they all have to be the same shape. Deltas mean that they have to be different shapes, and Geminis mean they have to be the same shape. Okay. have to go here. Okay. So these two have to be in different sections because if this continues forward, this can never be a thing. Because the next part has to go out like this. So these are different, which means you have to go down like this. Have a good night, Hell. Thank you for coming to the stream. Take it easy, take it easy. This has to go like that. You have to go down, which means that you are an L piece. You are this shape. But this shape, it either goes here. It goes here, because that's why this is here. Got it. Which means that these are all the same shape. Okay. You have to be that. There's no other way. Okay, so now what? Well, this, so it can't be here because then that cuts that off. So these two are different, which means this has to go even further. Which means it's which means you go like this. Which means that you can't go out this way or this way. You are either an LP, so you can't go here either. You also can't go up. You have to go this way. The question is, are you an L piece or are you not an L piece? That's the question. This has to go a bit further. You can't go up. So you're going to have to go like this. So you're a U. Got it. What does that mean? Great question. I don't know yet. I would assume that you would have to be like this. And then you would have to be like that. That's my assumption. Because then you would have to be like this for you to be like that. But then that wouldn't work. Okay. But you could be like that. I think. This doesn't seem right. Sorry, something else just doesn't seem right. So if I do this, let's just assume that this is going like this way. That means that you have to be like this, which makes sense. Then what? Okay, could it ever be like this? Then this would have to be right here and then no. So yeah, the only way this works is if you're like that. That's the only possible way. You have to go here, because if I go like this, you would have to get stuck here and then we only have a 2. So you have to go here, which means that you are an L piece. Can I just check my progress? Okay. I just wanted to be sure, because, like, this is what's throwing me off. Because my thought process right now, right, is that if I were to do this, then this would have to be like that. But this wouldn't ever work. So these two would have to be like this. But how does that work for this? I can't go any further. Oh, but I could do this because I'm an idiot. Don't worry about me. I was like trying to figure out how this worked, and I wasn't seeing it. Okay. So next up, this one right here. So you have to be Biggins, which tells me that, like, I think you would have to be here. Like, that makes the most sense, but I don't know how. I mean, this could be something. It's this part that's kind of confusing me. Because not only, like, this would have to be like that. Or I guess it would be like this, wouldn't it? But then you're thrown off. That's the only thing that's causing the problem. I do feel like it's like this. Oh, but maybe... No. You'd also have to be the same. And then you'd have this, but then this would never work. Yeah, that would never work. But no, this has to be it, right? I mean, I guess it could be... No, it can't be that. Like, the only other way I'm thinking is something like this. Because this has to be like that. There's no other way. It's there. So you'd have to be like that. There's no other way. Unless you were to be like this. There we go. That's how it works. Okay. Okay. And then you would fit like this, you would fit like this, and you would fit like that. Okay. I'm understanding it. I'm understanding it. Rose windows. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, I don't know why I was doing the pairs. I just have to count the colors. So 4, 6, 8. There's 8 of them. Each one of them needs their own thing. Okay. You two and you two can't be the same. You have to leave, 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 and you have to leave. Okay. Those colors are just gonna screw me up if I just continue this train of thought. So let's kind of just piece these together. Okay. If I were to do this, let's just do some assumptions here. If I were to do this, yeah, pretty much get caught like that. But then I guess you can go up and down, and this would just be here, right? I mean, that's seeming pretty good. And then if I were to go up and down, you get... Oh, you get blocked off if you go up and down. So yeah, you have to be like this. Okay. Okay. You... If I have you go this way... kind of technically blocks that off, but I don't know. We know that that's like that, okay? This one right here is pretty interesting, though. Things considered. Okay. And then if I do the same thing here... it doesn't block off anything. But if I do this... that also doesn't block off anything. Let's assume that it goes this way then. This would be up there. Unless I just assume that it's this. Then this would have to go down to be this. This would be that. You would be this. You would be this. No. Because then this doesn't get met. So where was that train of logic? I don't remember. Oh, right here. So you have to go this way. Which means the only thing is you could only be that one. So you're done. Okay. Is there any... You have to be like this. There's no other way. Okay, that checks out. That makes sense. Okay, you have to go out like that. The question is, are you down here? Or are you not? You have to go here. You can't go down. This seems like it's just the only option in that case. Well, then this would have to be like this. Oh, but that's not gonna work. I feel like I gotta restart. I was really like not... I wasn't doing that right. Like, I think this does have to be this. It's just no other way. I mean, you could be like this, right? In that case, you would be like this. No, because I still need you to be something. I think that's actually where I need to go. Hold on. Let me erase all this. I think this is right so far. I'm trying not to use hints right now. But if I assume this, right? This can't ever be it because then this is there. So you have to be right here. What does that mean? If I do this, this gets blocked. You have to be here. Oh, I see. Which means you go over here. That's what that means. Because if I have you go... Well, actually, hold on. Not exactly, not exactly. Because if this goes down, right, this would have to keep going this way. I don't think there's any world where these two connect. So you're going to have to go out like this. The only thing that you can connect to is this. Which means you have to be that. Oh. Okay, fascinating. Fascinating. And you have to be right here. Oh, that's clever. Okay. Clever, clever. Is there anything else that I need to be aware of? Is this... Do I solve it like... Oh, we're close. Hold on, we're close. I think I'm really close. Does it sit like this? It's these two that are going to be fucking me up. If I do this, it's not going to be there. So this can't be it at all. So you'd have to be like that. Unless it's like this. I'm going to check my progress. Okay, everything is entered correct. There's also this. I was thinking about that. No, because I actually do think that it is this. I don't know why, though. No, the only way you work is like this. Which means what? Something's wrong here. What is wrong? That. So it is like this. No. Unless it's like this, and then this, and then this. You know, it could be. God damn it, dude. I was so close. I was so close. I could feel it, too. I could feel it, too. I could feel it. Darn, darn, darn. These are just palisades. Like, that's all they are. Hmm. I mean, this could be an end piece. Okay, let's humor something. If I do this, then we do this, and then we do this, those can never work. So these are all together. Except you have to connect here and you have to go here. You have to go down. You two can't ever be the same. So I think you go like this, and you have to go here. This has to go up. See, these ones are actually pretty fun, though. I do like these. Just which direction do they go? Which direction do they go? Alright, if I go down, does that fuck up everything? Yes. So this has to go up. It would be like this, right? Yep. Yep-a-rooney. Okay, which way am I going now? I go up and down. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. So if I go this way, like I don't know where my next play is. Well, actually, this can't go up because the only way it can go is here, and then it will screw up. So you can't go here, which means you have to go up like this, which means you have to go up like that. Okay. Where do you fit into all this? You are probably like this. You'd have to go up to be that. You'd have to go this way. You'd have to go down. You'd have to get right here to do this. You'd have to go down, which means you go right there. Okay. I feel like I'm close. Oh. This is wrong. This is wrong? Is it? Sorry. Are we back on track right now? Now we're back on track. No? Are we back on track now? Holy cow. I was like, let me come back here. Let me come back to this. Sorry, that was like dumb of me. So you go right there. So you can't go up there. Oh, I guess because you can go on either side. I'm so dumb. So if I put this right here, it would look like this. You need to have that. Is that fine? Yeah. Problem is I don't know if you two connect. You'd have to go, well, you'd have to go like this. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess it could be like this. Wait. This could go right here. Well, then this would have to go right here. Nope, I fucked up somewhere. Because you'd have to go right here, you'd have to go right here and right there. Got it. Eventually I did. You would have to be like that, and then we just go from here. You would have to go like this. I know my rules. You have to go like that. Oh, it's one of these. We just don't know if you go up or down. Damn, okay. So let's figure this out. Alright, let's just assume if this goes up. Because if this goes up, that has to go right here. Which doesn't tell me much. I could just write notes, but that doesn't do much. So if we do this, then it would have to be like that. You would have to be right here. You'd have to go up. Which means you would have to look like this. you would have to look like that. I mean, that works. As if I just do this, could do that. Dude, my brain hurts. What the fuck? All right, you. Let's just start with you. If I do this, this would have to be what that is. Let's just get what I know. Hold on. Let's just get what I know, which is this and this. Just get what I know. This has to come out, just blocks this, and then these two are the same. So we know these all for a fact. So if I were to say that this goes like this, and this has to go down, and this becomes this. So what does that mean? That means that this has to go over here. This has to go right here, which means that this becomes this. This has to go down. Has to go right here. Can't go that way, so it goes like this. And then that can never be. So I know that this now goes this way. This has to go here. Could be the same right there, but we don't know for sure. This can go up, but we know that it has to stop there. This has to stop right here. So it could go either way. We don't know for sure. This could also be connected. We also don't know for sure. Soda is delicious. I'll put it this way. This would have to go right here. Then this would have to look like that. Which frankly, I feel like I want to check to make sure that this is correct. And then you would have to go right here. And then these would be there. Okay. I didn't need to check shit. I knew what I was doing. I'm actually really surprised that just happened. Well, that works. So this has to go this way. All regions have to be precisely 5? Oh, that's easy. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Precision on the side there. Okay. So what? You would have to go over here. You would have to go here. There's no way you would have to be there. So you would have to come out like that. I mean, I guess you would look like this. Not entirely. What's stopping this? Nothing? Nothing. What is stopping? There is something else that's stopping. Hold on. I need to restart because I did see something that actually is throwing me off a fair bit. So this has to be this. There's no other way, which means you have to come down here. You can't ever beat this, which means you come out. So we know all this to be correct. The thing that's concerning is we have this piece right here. Somehow, I would need to, because there's 3 here, so 1 of one and 2 of the other needs to take over this. Just a matter of which. And then for here, it's like, I do this, we're boned. If I do this, we're not as boned, because then we can do that. My only concern is I need to get this piece. So this is the issue that we're running into. This piece would never be gotten the way I'm solving it right now. If I do this, does that work? No. It's also not gonna work. But this is correct so far, yeah. It's just a matter of like, because if I do this, right, that means that I have to somehow get this piece to connect somewhere. How much space is here? 12? If I boost this once more. You have to go down one. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You'd have to go down one. This has to be its own thing, because if this connects, this is just going to get stuck. You have to be your own thing. I'm convinced by that. Which means you'd have to go up. Means that's what you look like. You'd have to leave this way, which means this is what you look like. Which means that it looks something like this, and I saw it the entire time, and I just never did it. Oh my gosh. Everything has to be 5. Well, here's our starting point. Because that's the only way that can work. So now you. Is there a chance that we make a 1? Yes, because if this goes like this, this can only go up here and there's that. So you have to go this way. I don't know if you have to go up yet, but we'll see. Is there another one that I can figure this out on? I do this. So you two can never connect, because then it would be too big. Which means you'd have to look something like this. This could be a corner. This could be a corner. This is the corner, because then if this has to be 5, if this gets to this, it's not the right one. So this is the corner. You would have to go over here. You would go like this, which means you can never touch that. It still can go that way, so just keep that in mind. Big brain plays, courtesy of Kit. If I go this way and say that you're like this, you would be like that, and then get stuck. So you have to go down. Doesn't change anything. Yes, because you have to go down now in order for this to work. You can't go to that side, so you'd have to go here, and then you'd have to go here. You'd have to go down like that, You'd have to do this. You'd have to go here. Split. No, I fucked up somewhere. It is the other way. So you do go this way. Everything else is entered incorrectly. I mean, I guess it's like this. Then you would have to go... okay, you'd have to be that. I didn't see it. That's on me. That's on me. This would still have to be like this. No, hold on. This is still wrong. No, it is right. What? Because you'd have to be like this. Oh, I guess you could be like that. I'm a little bit dumb. I'm sorry for using the hints. It's just... I'm not that smart. I am just not that smart. You would have to go this way, which means you're like that. You would have to go like this. You can't go there, so you'd have to do that. I mean, for all intents and purposes, you're just that. You are different. You would have to go like this. And you would be like that. Oh my lord, okay. And then you... No. I fucked up. I saw that last second. I was like, wait a second, no, this has to be like this. Yeah. Yeah. And then you're like that. And you're like this. Like that, and you're like this. Well, we got the rose window done. That's not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, progress is being made. Progress is being made. Compasses, mismatch, range. It just takes a long time. I kind of want to get silver to 100% today. Maybe we can gold all of them. Let's go back to compasses. We'll take a buy. Have to be exactly 4, huh? And they have to be different shapes. Okay. T would be a square. 2 would have to be a square. Those would be pieces. Right? 1 could be something else, though. Hold on. So if this is 3, so 3 would be something like this. Actually, that's exactly what it is. No, it would be like this. You would have to be like that. Not entirely. Because if you're like this, you would also have, you'd have to be a different shape though. Which the only other shape would be like this. But then that would screw this up. Because they have to be exactly 4. And for you to work, I feel like you'd have to be like that. Right? Or I guess you could be like this. Could I do something like this, maybe? Like a T? T piece doesn't seem that bad. Like, this has to go this way. There's no other way. And same with here. Because they each have to be 4. So it has to be like this. You can't intersect, so you have to be right there. Same thing, you can't intersect, so you'd have to be right there. We can't go back. But something seems wrong here. You can intersect, because then you're just a line. I'm so dumb. You're just a line then, because you can combine. I fucking hate these stupid shits. Okay. You would then be a square. You'd be a line. You'd be like this. You'd be like that. You'd be a square. You'd be this. Okay. Judgment is valid. Did I just get the reds out of the way? Let's just get the reds out of the way. That should be fine. Each region contains a single symbol. 5 shapes, all abiding by these rules. Wow. Okay. Interesting. You seem like you'd be the one to start with, because I can go back now. So you, like, this is the only way that you can go to satisfy all your criteria. You could move to the side though, but nothing else, right? This could also be cautious. This is also another instance of, like, this could work like that. Because that's 5 and 4, so we can't do anything else down. Like, then the rest would happen. So then it's a matter of 10 and 11 while doing everything else. 13. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. 7. There's just one space. You're not accounted for. Did I count wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's one more that has to be up. Oh. So what? Is it like... No. Hold on. No. This is the only way that this connects. But you'd have to be like this. Okay. Oh, this is a 7. This is a 7. Okay. Each symbol, each one has to have a different symbol. Okay, that does help a little bit. It does help a little bit. Does it? I guess it does. Neighboring regions must have different areas. Okay. So 1, 2. Let's just get some of these easy ones up. Because I can't go like 2 over and then down, because that's gonna fuck that up. I can't block you in. No, I could block you in. Puzzles are fun. I feel like this is my place to start. 1, so that has to go down. Okay. This also can go down in either one of these two directions, though. Like, this area feels like it's like the biggest plaything. There's also you. Like, this is another one to, like, focus, right? Because I can't go past this. So if I go this way, like, you would have to go down here, right? So I guess the fact of the matter is, what do you end up being? One of these is the proper start. It's just which one? Well, I think we have to take some notes here. Okay. By notes, I mean I'm just going to do some bit of trial and error. So what stops me from saying this? You'd have to go out, which means you'd have to go out down here, which means you'd stop right there, which means you'd have to at least be a 5. You'd have to be right here, and then you'd have to be a 5. But then you'd have to go up. I don't know if I want to commit to that. I don't know if I want to commit to that. Okay, maybe this. So this one right here has to at least be one over to the side and then as high up. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it could be 6. Large is the biggest. You have to be 2 up. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7's your biggest one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're also 6. You two have to be different sizes, even though your max size could work. I don't know what that told me. Okay, hold on. I see something. So this top row. So, I wish I could write on the side, but you can only write on like this. So this top row, let's go row by row. Out of all the numbers, only 2 of these, 2 have to be up. So I'm going to just say like up and down. And then this one's like left and right. So right here, there has to be 2 from up and down, and then here, like this has to be 2. Because that's the only way that those work. Is there anything else for this one? No. Let me see if there's any other ones that are like guarantees. Because that can't go anywhere else. This 4 means that 4 of these have to be. Yeah, this 4. Okay. So we know that, like, out of these, it has to be at least 2. And then out of these is a 4. Are there any other ones that could help me? Well, 4. But each one has to have their own symbol. Maybe this is the one that I should start with next. Because if they each have to have their own symbol, right? If you do this, this can only go here. Right? And you can go up higher. But the only one that this will ever touch is this one right here. So I think this is our next place. We just don't know if this goes higher or not. But that's like, that at least helps, right? Because this can keep going up, but this still needs 4, so it would have to be like this, right? If anything. And then you have these 2, which can only then be these. So this is something, this is a little bit. What about here? You can go up as high as you want. At the end of the day, you still need 2. And you can go back left as well. Does that mean that you have to go this way? Maybe. What about you? You don't have to go that way. You, on the other hand, have to go this way. There's no other ifs, ands, or buts. You at least have to go that way. It's just a matter of, does this go down or this go to this way? If I do this way, right, then that would finish this. This would have to go here. Probably go here too. Here. Here. No, that would just screw up everything. So I think you'd have to be like this. Like, I think you'd have to be like this. I'm checking my progress. Okay, we're good. Because that was just not making any sense to me. You would have to go up this way too. It feels like I'd have to do something like this. Because that just blocks that off. And you can't go down. And then same with you. You would have to go right here. You'd go right there. 3. Blocks that off. It does block this off. Well, no, then you're stuck. Right? Yeah, you're stuck. So something's wrong here. I just want to confirm. This was all right? Yeah. If you go here, you can't ever go down again. You can't be that. Oh. Okay. You could be this. 2, 3. This would still be over here. But no, that still wouldn't work because of the factors. Oh, hold on. Unless I go back this way. That's the secret, isn't it? that's right, they can't be different. They have to be different sizes. Is this correct? No. Which means this is probably correct. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking the L on this one. Like, my brain's not parsing this at all. So this has to be connected to something. Which, realistically, is this. So you can't go that way at all. You can't go there. You can't go there. Which means you have to go this way somehow. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Good news. Except this is correct. Okay, cool. I was thinking it wasn't correct because you got this thing to deal with too. Oh, but you have this side. Ooh, okay. Got it. So you must be a situation. You have to be this. I don't see any other way. 2, 3, 4? Maybe? And then you have to go like this? Is this correct? No, apparently you still go this way somehow. This is the guess and check strategy, because Kit has failed, but whatever. Well, good news is that you just have to be those two. There's no other way. Very proud of you. You have to be one of these 3. You have to be one of 2. Which means you have to come down. Like, that seems like the only way, is that you have to come down. You would be, oops, like this. You'd have to go here. And then like something like this? No. Something like this? No. You go down and that's all there was to it. Are we good? Nope. Are we good now? Thank goodness. Just do this for now. Oh, and then you do that, and then you're done. No, you're 2 up, not 2 down. I don't know my math. I don't know anything. You're 2 up right here. Got it. Okay. Because then you have to come down. How does anyone figure this out on their own? Like, I know I'm stupid, but, like, this is insane. I mean, you have to be here. There's no other choice. Okay, you have to go down. You have to go right here. You have to go right there. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. You can go back up, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Still can go to the side. 2, 3. 4. Something's wrong. Everything's correct. Never mind. Because you connect like this. You go down, and then you go like this. Except you need to somehow be a different length. How? What? This isn't correctly. Because you're 5 on the side. Oh, Kit's dumb. Don't worry about what I just did. I'm dumb. I'm just dumb. I'm not paying attention. Oh, you're on the side. I thought you were down the entire time. I thought you were down. Ay, ay, ay. Well. Good job, Kit. Is it one of these sort of situations? This just feels like what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3. Yes, sorry. Go up like that. You're right there. 3. One, 2, 3, 4. 1's met. Keep going any higher. 1, 2, 3, 4's met. Shit. What's wrong? Oh, I guess, yeah, you can go back that way. That makes sense. 1, 2. And then you go like this. You're like that. And then 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 5. Go up like this. Something's wrong. You're still wrong? What? Was this another instance of like this? Maybe that's what this is. I did it! Not that smart. It's fine. We're getting to the point where I'm just... You can't be the same, you can't be the same. You're smaller. You two, I guess, could be the same. You could be the same. Look at the numbers higher. I can't. These can be the same. All regions are rectangular. Oh, interesting. Well, that means you'd have to be this. All regions have to be rectangular? If you're a 5, you're a line. Which means that this all works. This is an 8. You'd be a 6, this would be a 1. I would have to be here. Two down. Something's wrong. Here, like this. Damn, I had that, I'm pretty sure. Wow. Yeah, you'd have to be like this. There's no other way. You'd have to be like this. There's no other way. The rectangular part is the thing that actually, like, fucked me, but we're okay. This would have to be like this, because there's no other way. You would have to be here. Another way. This works, and then this works. I knew that. This works and this works. On either side. I guess this works. 3, this, 2, 3, 1, 1. Okay. Yikes. 5. These are getting rough. These are getting rough. I am not so smart, but it's fine. I have to make one of these shapes. This has to be this. There's no other way. Just gotta figure out which, like, I have to decipher which these are shapes, and then go from there. You are this. Got it. What are you? Are you this? I think you're that. Okay. You would then have to be this. Okay. Some progress is being made. I don't know how much, but you have to have 3 going this way. So you'd have to go up or down. So I know you're not a T-piece. I know you're not a fucking other one. So either you go like up and down or here. What about you? What could you be? 1 down. If I'm 1 down, can't be the thumbs up. I can't be that. So I would be the... I would essentially be this, right? Is there another way that I can do this? I guess like that? Which that makes more sense because then this could be like that. Okay. 2. So probably something like this. Like it feels like it'd be something like that. Am I correct? Yeah, okay. We are correct so far. This feels like it's the only way this could work. Something wrong? Because you could be that. I'm dumb. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. 1 down, 1 to the side. It's probably this to here to that. Darn it. That's fine. Alright. Gemini. They all have to be the same shape if they touch. Oh, this sucks. Okay. God, I hate Geminis. As in the puzzle thing, not like the people. I don't even know where to start. Are there ways? This being the same shape? I don't understand this at all. I really don't. Well, hold on. So we need to figure out if I do... Hold on, these both equal 6. Could I do... No, these could never be the same shape. This would have to go down twice. Like, this would have to go, like, here. Right. Fucking brain, dude. I don't understand this. Yeah, I figured as much. It can't be there. I mean, you would have to be like this, wouldn't you? Something else is wrong? No, everything else is correct. So you are you. There's no way that this is going to be the U. So how am I going to do a U? The only way I could do a U is like this, isn't it? How else am I doing a U? I can't do a U with this. Yes, I can. Like that. Fucking hell. Okay. I hate this already. I'm cheesing my way through this. I'm sorry. I'm not smart enough for this. What am I looking at? You gotta be something like this. The fact that you're a 3 to the side, though, is crazy. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you're both the same shape. Fuck, okay. So these are all going to be the same shapes. I just have to figure out what it is. Is it like this? No. So I have to figure out you. You're the tough one in this case. 3, 4, 5, 6. So you have to be that. And then 1 to the side. You already met. 3 over there, so you're met. And then you just have to go up. How am I making that? 1, 2. Oh, wait a second. Can I do this? Like that? That was close. I feel like I'm close. Right? I mean, this has to be like that. Oh, is it this? Yeah. Damn, I got fucking owned by that one. Goodness gravy. I am done with compasses for now. Let's go elsewhere. Let's see. You know what? Let's get some of the hard ones out of the way. Fucking, let's get brickies out of the way. There cannot be a point where 4 borders meet. I remember this. I hated this. It's my least favorite thing. They all have to be one of these shapes. Okay. Nope. Use the auto palette, please. Okay. So if I do this... I fucking hate brickies, dude. This is my least favorite one of all. Alright. If I do this, there has to be something there. It would have to actually be this. This would have to be the thing. I fucking hate this. It's just the one, like, it's just this shit. It's just this shit. So bad. I'm just brute forcing brickies. Is this correct? Awesome. So you can't be right there. You'd have to be this way. This has to get cut off, which means you'd have to be right here. This is a fucking worst thing ever. Like, I hate this mechanic. It is by far my least favorite. It's either up there or there. You can't go this way, which means you'd have to go this way. You're done. This has to get blocked. It's such a fucking annoying. Like, you'd have to get blocked as you go down. I don't know if that finishes, so we'll hold off. You can't go up anymore. I know that. You can't go right there. Any other fucking dumb shit. I mean, here's the thing. This has to go like this, and then this like that. It's the only way. Based on how this all formulates. This has to go right there. Could these be together? They could. They could. Is there anything else I'm missing? I do this. Okay, I think we should be fine so far. We are. Cool. So what? Do I just have to make the assumption? No, that can't be the case. So then this would have to be like that. This would have to be like that, and this would have to be like that. Okay. No, bro. What did I miss? That can work like that? Hold on. Oh, because then you could be like that. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's on me. That's on me. Okay, I totally forgot. That was just a brain fart on my end. So if I were to do... I'm like guessing. Guessing's like not my forte. So now we should be good. Okay. If I do this, you would have to be this. You could be like this, and then this, and then something's wrong. Cool. And you're wrong. Well, then I know that that's like that. You'd at least have to be like that. You'd have to go up like this. You'd have to at least go like that. You would be that. Nope, something's wrong. You would have to be like this. You would have to be like that and this and that. I hate this, so we're just gonna get through this as quick as possible. Because of fucking brickies. Okay, you have to be like that. There's no other way. Never mind, because you could also be like over here or something. Fucking shit, dude. Okay. If I'm like this and you go like that. Be like this and go over there. You all have to be the same shape. Where do I start? Where do I start? Well, if I do this, where is the... Well, then you would have to be 2. So I'm just going to start like with this assumption. You would have to be 2. You would have to go right here. You would then have to go down here, and that doesn't work. So we reset, which means you'd have to go right here. You'd go right here, and then right there. You would go down there, because that blocks that. This has to get blocked. If I do this, this is just assuming that side. You'd have to go right there. You'd have to get blocked. You'd have to get blocked. This would have to get blocked too. You'd have to get blocked. Something's wrong. Yep. So I was like, something doesn't seem right about this. Based on how it's going. No, hold on. What? Something else is wrong? You have to go down? What am I doing? Hold on. Is everything correct right here? Yeah. Because you have to be... Yeah, you'd have to be blocked, which means you'd have to be right there. Somebody's home, by the way. I don't know why. You'd have to go like this, so that has to go here. This has to go there. I hate fucking bricky puzzles. They're the worst. You have to be there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You have to be there. I fucking hate brickies. They're dumb as shit. Is there 2 or 3? What's one of those? You go right there, then you know. Cool. I hate this. I'm not that smart. If I do this, how great are we? Fucking sick. You'd have to be like that. Means you can't touch that. Are there any other potential brickies? Like, I'm part of me is thinking that something like this, and something like that, and then like here to here to here to here. And these connect. Yeah, pretty much. All right, you go right there. What else have I gotten wrong? Everything else is correct. I'm a genius. 56 out of 70. You're telling me? Oh, there's okay. Hold on. There's some other regular puzzles in here to do. We're just gonna get through these bricky shits. 2, 3, 4? Crazy. All neighboring regions have to be different, and they can't be a goddamn bricky. Let's just clear out all the potential brickies. Those were the only potential brickies. All right, cool. Neighboring regions have to be different areas. Okay. So if you go out there, you two would also have to go out. And then this has to at least be a 3. What am I doing with my life? I hate this, but we're gonna do it anyway. How do people, like, how are people smart enough to do this? Are people smart enough to do this? What am I missing? Okay, if I do this, hold on. So if I hit this, but if we do this, this has to come out, this has to come out. It can't be a 4. So... 2, 3, 4, 2. Okay, hold on. So this would be a 3. Now that doesn't help me. This has to leave somehow. Hold on, this has to leave somehow, because if this is a 2, it has to go this way. Or this way. So it can't go that way. Maybe I could try doing something like this. Kind of like guess and check in a way. I can go that way. If I do this. So what happens if I do this? 3. Oh, this also is a thing too. Just saw that. Oh, you know what? Because it could be like this. No, actually. This absolutely can't be over there. Okay. This really feels like guess and check. So it has to be one of these. So this has to be either here or here. Okay, this is all correct so far, right? Cool. Cool. What do I do next? Like, one of these is probably... Like, if I have it go anywhere, it's just gonna be... This has to be something. Or at the very least, I know that you can't go this way. You're 3. The question is, are you a 4? That's like the real question. Because then if I go this way, then we have to go here. Like, this is the big thing, right? You'd have to be a 2 or a 3. If you're a 3, that can't work. So you'd have to be a 2. This would have to be the 3, because this would have to be the 4. Then this would have to be the 2. Okay, that's, yeah. So overall, you have to be a 3, which means either you're a 2 or you're a 4. Whatever you are, you're the opposite. Okay, so yeah, so you either have to be here or here, but you can't be there, so you'd have to be here. Okay, this is all correct so far. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, one of you is a 2 and one of you is the 4. That's how you figure this out. You're the 2 because you have to be something, you have to have one being in one of these 2 directions. Oh, and then you're the 4. Okay. Got it. Okay, I think I'm piecing this together now. So, one of these has to be... So I can't do a 3. So if I do this, that's fine. That's one possible solution. Those are possible solutions. This is a possible solution. Nope. This is a possible solution. Okay. But wait, then this has to be here too. Okay. So you have to be a 4. You have to be 3. Where can you not be? You have to be a 3. You still have to be a 4. Is there any other one that I'm missing? Well, hold on. 2, 3. So you also have to be a 4. So if I do this, or this, or this, or this, or this. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm kind of slowly piecing it together. Okay. So if you're a 2, you're a 4, you're a 3. You have to be a 3. So you go up either here or here. There's no other way. Okay. This feels weird. I'm being smart. I just don't know where the next play is. So here's the thing. If this is the 4, right? Then you have to be a 2. You would have to be a 4 as well. Well, no, yeah, you'd have to be a 4. One goes up here. One goes up here. And then like something like this. That wouldn't work. Where's my next 2? I think that's my next question. What's my next 2? This is a 4. This is a 3. You're either a 2 or a 4. You're a 3. If I do this... Well, hold on. Let's just assume if I move you over here, this works. So let's just move this over and do this. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And this would be fine. So, like, I at least guaranteed one. Is there any place where, like, you make... Because then you'd have to be here. Stop a 4 from happening. Is this fine? Everything's entered correct so far. Okay. You know what? That's fine. I'm going to take that. We take these. We take these. I just fucking don't know. Is it this? No. Is it this? No. Congratulations, you're this. Okay. You're 4. You're 3, which means you're a 2. Got it. Then you go right there. You're 3, you're a 4, which means this is a 2, which means this is a 4, but that 4 can't touch this. Let's go one of these ways. Okay. That does have to be a 2, which means you're the 3 that goes right there. Okay. See, now it's coming together. It's just after I fucking failed everything else. Some days I wish I was smart. Some days I wish I was smart. You can't block that, so actually it has to be like this. You can't go down now. You have to be a 2. Which means you're a 3. Is this a good 3 or is this a good 3? I don't know. Great question. You at least have to go up, so that's good news. Cool. Is it this? Or is it... We don't know. Cool. 4. Still don't know about that. You are also a 4. If I do this, you're fine. If I do this, you're not fine. If I do this, you're fine. Hold on. 4 right here means there's 2. So actually, you'd have to be this. This would be a 2. This would be a 3. This would be the 2. Okay. Some more progress. Can't complain. Everything correct so far? I'm learning. Bit by bit, I'm learning. This has to be a 4. I can't connect with that 4. Chat. If we do this, 3, this could be another 4, and this could be a 3. This is probably wrong. It's a 2, which means that this could be a 3. Stick. You're a 2. You'd have to be a 2, which means you're a 4 that connects right here. You wouldn't connect right there because you would connect like that. Oh. There are 13 more of these puzzles. You know what? I'm getting Bricky out of the way today. I don't give fuck my life. Oh. There's 13 paths. There's 13 of these. Okay. Are any of these touching? Answer is no. Where do we even start? I'm gonna be real. Nope. I think it's in this middle area. So you have to go here. No, this has to be the first spot. Okay. That has to be the first. There's no other way. So then... next spot. You were either this or this. You or this, okay? Which means you... Are you this to this? No. But you could be this. No. Am I correct? No. Oh, I guess you could be... Nope, never mind. Oh, get rid of that. And that one. There we go. Now we're correct. I mean, it could be this. Then what? Like this? No. That wouldn't be right. Alright, let's figure this out. So you have to come down to here. We know you can't go right there. If I do this, That is incorrect. If I do this, that is also incorrect. If I do this, that's fine. If I do this, at the very least, it's that. Okay. You have to go there to here to here. There's no other way. Which means you're this. You have to go that way. You have to figure out that. Is this a thing? No. And then I can't do this. Hold on, something seems wrong here. No, it's correct. Why does this seem wrong? Because if I do this... Oh, if I do this, then it's correct, because then that goes there. Nope. Hold on, I messed that up. Because the only spot for green is there, and then here. Except no. You two would have to... You two would have to be together. That's what I should be doing. Oh my gosh. So you would be like this. And nope. Because you two have to be together. Which means you would have to be like that. What are the other ones? You two would have to be together. Which does something. I can't block you in, so it would have to be like this. This would go right there. Hey, progress, even though I hate brickies. Everything has to be an L piece. Don't you just love the L piece? Such a majestic piece. Well, you would have to be right. No. I guess it would be better if it's like this. Well, this was going really well until it wasn't. Because it goes like this. Aha! There is a hidden... It's you right there. Haha. Okay, all regions must be one of these shapes, and they have to be... So are we up or down, left and right? What are we... I guess these just don't matter. They do matter. Oh, I realized they're probably gonna matter. Alright, so they're all lines. How do we feel about lines? Lines are great. Ooh, you would have to be like this. I see. Which means you'd have to be like this. You'd have to be 2, which means probably a 3. Could be a 4. And then this would be the same thing. 2, where this is a 3. This is probably also 3, so you're a 4, and then now we're correct. See, I know what I'm doing, chat. Know what I'm doing sometimes. This would have to be a 2, which means you would either be a 2, you would be at least a 3, you would at least be a 4. This would have to be stopped. You'd have to be stopped. Just trying to find, like, more of the... connecting parts here. You'd have to be stopped. I mean, this could be a 4, and then this could also be a 4. Are we good so far? We are. Not bad. Not bad. Well, my 2 has to be here, which means my 4 is either down here or 3 is this way. My 2... You'd be a 4, you'd be a 2, you'd be a 3, 2, 4? Two, 3. I'm surprised this is going as well as it is. Something seems wrong. Okay. You're a 4, and then you're a 4. I get it. 2, 2. No, something else is wrong. No. Something's still wrong. That makes sense because you'd be a 3, you'd be a 2. You'd be a 3, and then you'd be a 2. Got it. Okay. I'm still dumb, but we're less dumb. I really... Okay, there's a few more that are, like, hidden in here. Okay, all regions must be one of these shapes. Awesome. I mean, you could be whatever you want to be. I don't give a fuck. I'm horrified by this notion. Fucking hell, dude. Well, we know that's the case, so that way it doesn't do that. If I do this, what am I looking at? Depression? Depression. I don't know. If I do this, what happens? I don't fucking know. No? Is this it? Cool. Awesome. Like, it really just feels like it's something like this, but then it's not. So, I think you're a 1. Nope. Hold on, you're not a 1. But you would be a 2. No, you would be a 3, and then you would be a 2. Then you would be depression. This is wrong somehow. Because then you'd be a 3. Right? If you can't tell, I hate this. Like, this notion. Fucking... What do you want from me? Everything's correct so far? That's great. I hate the bricky challenge. Like, it's my least favorite. Why? Why? Why is this what we're doing? Is this? And then... Yeah, I figured as much. Where are the potential bricky spots? So we have, what, this? That can't work. So this has to be this to here, which means oh, hold on. Let's see. Okay. I understood the assignment. It took me a bit, but I did it. Neighboring regions must have different areas. Okay. Neighboring regions must have different areas. You would have to connect because you would be touching, so you'd have to be here. I don't see any other way. Same with you, because no matter where you go, you're going to be touching one of these. So you're either this, you either touch this. No, you two go together. Because you two would have to be like this, correct? Except no, it's actually more like it's actually this, but okay. And then like this to like this. Nope. It's more like this to here. Correct? Yes. Okay, where's our bricky spots? Where the fuck are our bricky spots? I have no idea. I'd have no qualms just hinting my way through this. Because, like, I just don't... I hate this fucking mechanic. It's so annoying. Is there ever a point that you two are together? You know what? What if I just... Yeah, that checks out. This can't be one. Is there ever a way that this is like that? You're like that? I'm crazy. Dude, I don't... How fucking hell, dude? What am I supposed to do with this information? Here's the thing. You're either up here, or you're down here. It's the only thing. I don't understand. I don't understand. Missing shit. What am I missing? What am I missing? Well, you don't go that way. So, do you go this way? No, this is literally just a 1, so you go here. Great. How the fuck was I supposed to figure that? I don't understand how I'm supposed to figure any of this out. Well, I know how this works. So you two have to be together. You two are 2. Like, I get that. You could also be a 2. Just, I don't fucking hate this bricky rule. You can't be a 1, so you'd have to be attached there. But you can't attach to there, so you'd have to go down even more. You can't attach to... Okay, if I do this, it's fine. If I do this, it's fine. You... Hold on. Could you be a 5? No, I think you'd have to be like this. Close. Not there. Actually, would this work? Okay. I think it's this that's holding me up. Nope. Okay. Nope, something else is wrong. You're still 4, you're still 3, and then you're 2. Okay. I don't want to deal with bricky puzzles anymore. You know what? For the last... Let's do this area. Screw it. Let's just do this area for the last hour. I'm just jumping all over the place. I don't really care. Okay, so this is inequality. The tip points towards the smaller region. Difference indicates the difference between the areas of the regions. Area number. Okay. So this is 8. This is 3. So what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3. The smaller area. So this is 2. Hold on. Let me think about this real quick. This is the smaller area. So this is 7. Oh, you're 7. You are 2. 5, 6, 7. You're 8. Then you're 3. Okay. There's no difference. Loopy, there cannot be at a point where there's exactly 3 boulders. Okay, so this is the... You have to do the entire outside. Remember, that's how Loopy works, is the entire outside's like this. Don't know. How much is in here? 29, and this is 28. So this can't ever be a thing, because then that's going to invalidate the loopy. It's 28, 29. So you're like there, which means that I have to put this. So this actually has to go up like that. Okay. You're smaller. You're gonna have to be bigger. Gosh. Okay. Hold on. Let's figure this out, because I like the inequality puzzles. The inequality puzzles are good, and the difference ones are good. The way that this just is structured is weird, but we can do it. So this can't be 1. This has to come out. But then this is still also that. So you have to come out. You'd have to come out here, and then you'd be a 1. This would be bigger, so you'd have to be a 4 at least. And then you would have to be something else. Okay. So right now you're a 1, you're a 2, you're a 3. You would have to be a 4, and you'd have to be a 5. Add all those up. 9, 12, 14, 15. And it was at a 28, so it's 13. So there is more to this. But here's the problem. This has to be like that. That's right. We have to make sure that there's no 3s. So let's just make sure these are separated before possibly finding a 3. So this has to go down then. I mean, this could go... Nope, this has to go down. Do this, that's fine. If I do this, that's fine. Gonna piece it together, slowly but surely. It has to be bigger. Excuse me. I do this and this. That can't work. But that can. Okay, so that's telling me that this has to come down a little bit more. But actually it has to go around here. Is this all correct? No. Okay, you do need to come in from this area. That's fine. This, but that's fine. Is there anything else wrong? No, but this is all correct. Cool. So this has to be 1. This has to be at least 2 or 3. This has to be like that. Which means what? If I do this. Because if I do this, it's 3. Or sorry, 2. So I have to do this as 3. That's done. So this has to be a different color. Okay. 3 to 4. So this has to be at least 5. I mean, we could do something... I feel like this is... Okay, so that's correct. 6. It's just because this has to go like that. It's like this, isn't it? No? Okay. So the answer is 4. So what? It's looking... Where the hell does this 4 come into play? Oh, there's just some random fucking thing? What's wrong here? Okay. Where? What? This wasn't making any sense before. Everything entered so far is correct. So now I do this. Okay, so it's 5. 5 is the answer. Go right there. Go right there. Go right there. Okay, this is all correct, right? Yeah. So you have to go here. That's correct? Yes. You have to go right here. And then you loop all the way around. Okay. I just wasn't thinking. Don't worry about that. Loopy. I just fucking hate loopies. Luckily, Loopy just has to go all the way around here. There's a 7 difference. Thought about that for a second. Luckily, I know the start of how a loopy works. There's a 9 difference. Is it this? There cannot be a place where 4 borders meet. Fucking hate brickies with a goddamn passion. Like, where do we even start? Where do we even start? Where do we even start, chat? I fucking like these bricky shits. It's so annoying. So we can't do that. So either 2. So it's +3, right? So this is 4. Could we just do that? 4. And then is this correct? Nope, and they have to be different, so that tells me that it has to be like this. So +3 is 5. What? You fucking connect like this shit? Tell me it's like this. Okay, got it. 5. Sorry, I don't like this at all. I don't like fucking brickies. You're telling me that it's... So you wanted to go this way. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Okay, cool. I'm having hiccups, but they burn. That doesn't seem good. So this has to go like this. So you both have to be 4. And then this has to be like that. Would you be 2 and then you be 4? Okay. You have to be together. I feel like it's something like this. Okay. So you would have to be 4, which goes like this. And then you'd have to be 5. Like that. Cool. All regions have to have a minimum of 3. Get the difference between areas and regions. Can I just go to the ones that I really like? Where's my... This. Good. Watchtowers are shit. Difference. Okay, I like difference. We like difference. Sorry, let me just... Tab. There's actually a few differences that we missed. Where in the hell are you? Oh, you're right down there. Differences are cool. All regions have to have a maximum of 8. Okay. Let's see. Have a maximum of 8, huh? Okay. So this has to be either a 1 or a 2. 1. So it have to be a 7. Let's see, where would be the best place to do this? This is the start. This would be a 1, because this would turn it into an 8. Which means this is a 2. So, this is a 2. This would be an 8. And then this would be a 4. Which I imagine this would be a 1. Turn this into a 4 that's connected. Turn this into a 3 to turn this into an 8. These ones. these ones a lot. You have these over here. So the 1 to 3. So it has to be 6. So something. So this would have to be either a 2 or a 1. Seven, 5. So if this is a 1, and you're a 7, which means that you are 4, which means you're neither a 6 or a 2. The way the 7 would go. The 7 hits here. This would be a 1. This would be a 3. And then this would be a 5. I think that's how this all works. 5, 6, 7. Boom. This is 7. This is 8. This is a 1. This is a 3. Then you got the 5s there, so that's not correct. The 8. You also are 8. You're 2. Turns you into 2. So you're still an 8. So you're an 8. You'd be a 6. Something's wrong here. You're a 1. 7, you'd be a 1. Oh, something else is wrong here. Are you implying that this has to go like this? Then you'd be a 2? You're still an 8. No, because then you'd be an 8 and then you'd be a 2. Got it. So then you'd be a 4. You'd be a 2. You'd be a 6, and then there's that. Okay. Sorry, my brain was like not working there. Okay. Differences. My 2s. How big is this? 39? 1. Plus 2 is 3. 1 plus 2 is... Well, each one of these are 1s. Not that much. So what? I need to hit every one of these? Yep. See, I know my fucking math. It's great. 7. Okay, they have to either be a 3 or 4. So if this is a 3, they can't go up. And there's zeros everywhere, so they would have to still all be 3s, if that's the case. Okay. So... And they have to be different shapes. Which means this is a 4. Not a 3. Ooh, okay. Got it. So they all have to be different shapes between 3 and 4, but like that's only if they touch. I can do this one without hints. I know I can. I know I can. So let me think about this real quick. This would have to go here for this to go like this. This would be this 3, and this would be here. Okay. This could be a straight line, but I don't think I should want it to be. This would have to be this. This would be this 3, which would then be a line here and a line here. This would be a 3 or 4. This is a 4, but it can't be an elbow piece. So this is actually a square. Okay. Like I see this. Just give me a second. I can see this. If this is a 3, no, it can't be a 3. Yeah, so this has to be a 4, because if this is a 3, then this would be a line which matches that. Which means that you are a 4. You're not a square. I actually think you're this. I'm a fucking genius when it comes to these puzzles. I just saw that. Like my mind's eye, I was like, I know what this is. I got this. Easy. Oh my gosh, I love difference. This is just going to end off on a good note, and then next time I'm just going to have to fucking hit my way through the rest of this shit. Okay, so there's 6. The question is... Let me ponder this briefly. Well, you're gonna have to leave this way. And same with you. There's a 1 difference between your number and somebody else. I think it's this. And this. And your number is 6. So I think... and this. I think these are correct, right? 7. Sorry, I just need to do this one more. 9. Okay. This is either a 6 or an 8. Like, I think it's this 7 and then a 10. Something doesn't feel right about this though. Darn. Yeah. Darn shame. Is it something like this then? What are we missing? Is it that? Yeah. No. Oh my gosh, you go over here. Okay. It's the rose windows, I think, that's throwing me off. I can't believe I got this side correct though. That's hilarious. Okay. So what? 9? So this is gonna be a 7? I can't touch that. And this would have to be also a 7. So what? Something like this? No, it'd have to be a 6, excuse me. This would have to be a 7. And then the remaining one would be a 10? No, something's wrong here. Yeah, that will do it. This would be the 6. Nothing else is wrong? No, you're correct. Okay. 6 and 6. 7, 9, and then 10. Okay. Not as bad as I was thinking. There's another hidden one in here. Do I go this to see it? Oh, there it is. Oh, Palisades, my favorite. That's... You go that way. You have to go here. So you're going to be the same side no matter what. You're right here. You would have to be like this, actually. Then you would have to be like that. You would have to be like this. Okay. So what are we looking at here? So you're the end of something. Honestly, both could be. Is up. So far, this is a 5, so I need to keep going to get to 5. Six, which means you would have to be included. You're 2. Correct. So you're 7, you're 6. You would have to continue this way. Okay. I think it would have to look something like this. 9 and 10. Which means that this would have to be like this. Okay. You would have to be a 10, which is hilarious to me. I feel like it's something... I think it's like this. Sorry, it's something like this, right? Yeah. You are like this. Wait, what? Because you go down like this. Something seems wrong. Oh, because of you. Yeah. And then you go down like this. Might be 5. So you would be 5. You'd be something like this. Okay, 9, 10. This. 1, 3. Yeah. I kind of saw that one. I did see that one. Just wasn't super clicking, but that's okay. Alright, lots of differences. And whatnot. The answer to this problem is 4. You're also a 2. My brain hurts, but that's okay. Yeah, based on this, you either go like this or this, but this one would have to be a 4. The only way for it to be a 4 that makes sense. Like we could do this or this. Okay. What else do we got? So this is a 5. You would have to be a 5. How do I... Is it this? It means you would be a 2. You would have to be a 4. Which would be this. You would have to be like that. You would go somewhere. 3. Be a 3. Which means you'd have to be a 6. Which it wouldn't be a 6. You'd have to be a 5. So you'd have to be a 3. Or you could do a 5 and then you're a 2. If you're a 5, then it's this. Okay. These are different. So if it's a 3, I could do a 7 or a 1, which I think it's a 1. You'd be a 2, which would also work for this. You'd go like this. You would go like that. You would be a 3. You'd be a 2. I think you would be a 2. I don't think you are. No, you would have to be a 2. An E2 would be a 2, 1, 1. This would be a 4. Something's wrong here. Zero, 1, you'd be a 2. That makes sense. So that means you're the 4. Which means if you're the 4, you'd be the 2, you'd be the 1. Actually, you'd be the 4, you'd be the 2, and then yeah, that does that. Got it. Alright, neighboring regions must have different areas. Difference. Whoa. Okay. Alright, Kit. Big brain this shit. Neighboring regions must have different areas. Okay. Neighboring regions must have different areas. Let's split up the ones that can't be together. Like that. Doing some math here, hold on. not super far away. So there's gonna be some outliers. Okay. So a lot of these wouldn't exactly like work together in the ways I'm expecting it to. But I think I could do this one without hints either too. Because if I do this and it's a 7, right? That means that the 7 has to take care of everything inside of here. Which means that this would be a 6 and then 7s and stuff. So this would have to be a 1 in that case. Or I do something like this. I'm trying to find like what the right starting point is. I think it's the 4s in the corner. Sorry, I'm pondering this. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm pondering. This 3 has to go up. I know that much. Sorry, this was the first step, is this 3 has to go up and it can't go over here. I can't touch that either. This would be a 6. That's wherein the problem lies, is that this would be a 6. Can I do this with the 6? I mean, then this would be a 1. It can't go up any higher. This has to be the case here. It means 2 goes here, which means you would be a 4. You would have to be a 1, because the 6 has to go this way, because the 4 would go here. You would have to be a 6 again, so it would be a 3. Which you can't touch that, so you would have to be a 3 here. Or you could be this 3. I guess you could be this 3. Yeah, you'd have to be this 3. 4, 5, 6. 4 minus 1 is 3. This would also be a 6. I would actually have to link up with that 6, which I should have done way earlier, but that's okay. So that would be a 4. So both of these are going to be 4s, but this would have to be... No, you'd also have to be a 4. You'd have to all come together. Oh. And then you would have to be a 2. Which means either you're a 1 or a 3. Okay. You can't go to the side, so you two have to go together. I can't cut you off, so it either would be right up here or here. This would be a so this would be a 3, which would satisfy these. Four, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hold on. Undo all that. Hold on. I'm bad at math. Give me a second. Because this would have to be 3. But this had to be a 4. Which wouldn't work. So you would have to go down here. 2, 3, 4. I do this a 5, then that would have to be a 2, but this has to be a 3. This has to be either a 3 or a 5. I think it's that. This 5 goes down here, this goes, and then that's a 1. Okay. These have to be 4s. I do this. These are both 1s. This is both a 4 and then a 5. Told you I could do it without hints. Yeah, I'm good at this. Oh, how close are we? 3 left? Oh, we're doing this. We're finishing difference and then calling it a stream. All regions must be either 3 or 4. Okay. Where do I want to start? Where do I want to start? I guess here. So you're either this, this, or this. Okay. This is also something. So I think this is a good starting point. The question is, let's start with the assumption that this is a 3. Okay? If this is a 3, so I'm moving this over here. So let me just make sure that this is marked. I think I need to get better at marking stuff. So if we do this, then this would have to be a 4. The only 4 possible is here. So this would have to be a 3 somewhere. So it would be a 4, this would have to be a 4. Which is not possible. It's not possible, based on what I just did. So this has to be at least a 3 here. If this is a 3 here... So it at least has to go this way. I know that much. And then it can't go up here, so this has to go down. Okay, so if this becomes a 4, then this has to be left or right, which it can't be. That's a 3, 100%. So this is a 4, and the 4 has to go left or right. We just don't know yet. This is a 3 then. This is also a 3. This is also a 3. But it can't go to the left. It can go straight down. Okay, think this through. Think this through, Kit. Think this through. Let's say... Well, we know that this is going to be a 3. So if this is a 3 right here, just make it an actual X. So if this is a 3, then don't think that really tells us anything. Okay. Well, this would have to be a 3 over here if that's the case. That would be a 4. This would also have to be a 3. Sorry, my brain is a little fried right now. Let's see. Well, actually, something else I could do. This I know is a thing. Since that's a 4, it can't go that way. They're gonna go up or over here. It can't go right there. Okay. Oh, that's not a thing. Just trying to make sure I just mark off all the things that it can't be right now. I think that's good. So this has to be a 4. Which means this has to be a 3, which is either a line or not. Ooh, okay. So here's a thing. I move this over here. This would have to, so if this moves over here, this would have to be a 4, which means this has to be a 4, which means this has to be a 4, which does work with this. This would have to be a 3. This would have to be a 4, which I think that's what I'm like trying to do is like, okay, so if this is part of the 3, then that means that this has to be a 4, this has to be a 3, this has to be a 3. We already know that this is part of a 3. This would be part of a 4. This would be part of a 3. This would be part of a 4. We know that this is a 3, this is a 3. This has to be a 4. No, this has to be a 4. These have to be a 3. This would have to be a 4. This would have to be a 4. Anything else that we would be missing? Well, then this would have to be a 4. These would be connected. These would be connected. Say connected. Okay. And what if I do this? This would still be a 3. This would still be a 3. This would be a 4. This would still be a 4. This would be a 3. This would be a 4. That's a 4. That's a 4. 3. This is a 4. Well, no, that definitely would be a 4. This would be a 3. Well, hold on a second. If that's going to be a 3, where would it go? There's no place for it to go, so it actually has to go over here. It means this is a 4. But it can't go that way. This is also a 4. This is a 3, this is a 3. This is also a 3. This would be a 4. Okay, hold on. We're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. This is a 4. Okay, so now we go back to this. So you go over here. Let's drop those in. This would still need to be a 3. You'd still be a 4. This is still a 4. This is a 4. It'd be a 4 right here. A 3 right here, and a 3 right here. This would be a 4, and that blocks it. Okay. So there's here. This can't go down, so it's going to have to look like this. This would go like that. Okay. This would be a 4, and it goes straight down. This would be a 3. This would also be a 4. This would also be a 4. This would be a 3. Okay. Listen, the notes are starting to come in clutch. You'd have to be a 4, so you'd have to look like that. You'd have to go that way. You'd have to be a 4. You can't go up. You could hook. That is another option. This would block it, though. So I think it's actually... Just want to be sure. Before I do anything. So if I do this, we do this as a 4. It's like I'm a little cautious. I'm a little hesitant. Okay. Let me do... So if this is that... Actually, let's just say... No, because if this is the case, then this gets blocked completely. There's nothing. So yeah, you would have to go. Cool. Slowly but surely, progress is being made. You have to be a 3 going straight down. Which means you'd go this way, 4. You are also a 4. I don't know if you go straight up or straight down, though. Probably straight up, because the only way the 4 works here is to do that, so you'd be a 4 there. Okay. We have another 4. These take their time. Just gotta take your time with these. I want to rush. That's a 3. This is a 4. Kind of want to start just exiting. Like, we don't need to worry about this. This. It's fine. Like, there's some of these that we don't need to worry about. Okay, let's say that this goes right here. No, that doesn't feel right. Let's see where we're at right now. This is a 4. This is a 4. This is a 4. This is a 3. This is a 3. So you actually can't go up. So let's just mark that down. Sorry. No, this is a 3. This is a 3. This is a 3. This is a 4. Okay. So where do we go from here? So it's either hook around here. So let's see. If we do hook around here, then the next one would have to look something like this. This would be the 3, which would be this. This 3 would probably have to be like that. This would then be a 4. This would be the 3. This would be the 3. I would assume that it would be like 3. This would be the 4. I don't think this works. We have 4 right here. Yeah, no, this doesn't work. What was the starting point? That? So is it this then? Because then this is a 4. Which the only 4 that works would be this. This would then be a 3. Sorry, the 3 then would have to go straight down. This 4 would go right here, this 4 would go right here, but then it wouldn't work. So there's something I'm missing here. So you... Oh, I guess you could go up. Hold on, if you were to go up, then this would be a 3. Then that still wouldn't work. Oops. Okay, everything's correct so far, right? Yeah, I just want to be sure. So what happened? So if I have this go right here, that's a 4. The only other 4 that would fit would be this, right? This would have to be part of this 3, which has to go right here. This would also have to be a 3, so this has to go down right there. This is still here, which means that it's probably something like that. This 3 would go in a number of places, if we're being honest. Okay. Is there a world? Just want to know. If it's like this. I don't think so. Because the only way that that would work is like this. Then you would have a 3. This would need to be a 3 then. Then this would need to be... This would need to be taken care of. There would be this 3. Then this would be a 3 and then a 4. So yeah, it can't ever go down. Okay. It can't go down. So that means that it goes this way. But it also can't go up. So it has to be here. Which we already knew. This goes up. This is a 3. It can't go up. It has to go down. There's no other way. This would then go like this. No, this is a 3. This would be a 3. I mean, this has to be this to here to 3 to 3. Okay. The notes are actually coming in clutch. So we know this is a 4. I should have been using these notes so much longer. So that means you have to go here. But I don't know if you don't go down. You could go straight. This 4 is to go here and then go down. You are a 3. We also have down here too to worry about. This can't go like this. This could go down here or straight. It's straight. Then we have another 3. Which actually I think it is, because then it would look something like this. You would go to this side. You would go here, and then this is that 3. And then here. Three. 3. Something's wrong. No, something's right. 4, 3, 3. There we go. Got it. Okay. Now we hit the 4-hour mark. We got 2 more left. I could do it. Neighboring regions must have different areas. Okay. So let's do some counting. So 3, 3, 4, 4, 2, 4, 4, 4, 4. I feel like I'm doing the frickin' probing numbers for teeth. 4, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 5, 3, 3, 3. Oh my gosh. Get flashbacks. 4, 2, 2, 4, 5. So this is what this all looks like. So they all have to be different. It's a matter of where they move. Yeah. So like this 2 goes here, it has to connect, it can't go that way. If it goes down, it has to connect to this one. If it goes up, it has to go this way. If it goes that way, this has to go here and like somewhere else. There's that one. These 2s are together, so you can't go this way. So you actually have to go this way. You have to go here. You can't go up or that way. So you have to go there. No, this is... You can't go down. You can't go to the left. You can't go up. You'd have to go down. So this is a 1. You also can't go that way. So you'd have to go here. 5. This has to be different. These 4s are going to have to be connected somehow. This 4. But these 4s are connected. That means these 3s are connected. Something like that. Two. This is the 2. So this is a 5. This could be a 1. This would be a 4. This 4 would then have to connect to this 4. 2. This 4 would connect. Can't go down here. This can't go there, so you'd have to go here. You'd have to go there. You would have to go there. Do that. 3. 4s go there. 4. Numbers. So at most that they have to have 4. Okay. At most they can have 4. So if this is a 1, this would be a 4. This would then be a 2. This is a 4. This is a 1, and then this is a 3. The 4 would then go doon, doon, doon. This would get boxed in. You know what? I should just draw the boxes. Hold on. This goes right there. This goes right there. This would have to go up. But this would be a 4, so this would be then a 2. Should go there. And they have to be different areas. So this could be a 3 or a 1. No idea. Okay. And then if this is a 1, this is a 4. go up, 2, and we don't know from there. Is there any other ones? There's this one. So there's this. So if this is a 1, this would be a 2, and that wouldn't work. So this can't be a 1. This would have to be a 3. This to be a 4. This to be a 1. 3. Except then this would have to be a 0. Hold on. You are a 4. And you become a 3. That's not how that works. What am I missing here? You're a 4. You have to be a 3, but then you're a 0, so that can't work. You're a 3, you could be a 4 and then a 1. If you're a 2, you're a 1, and then you're a 4. That's what it is. Got it. Okay. You are a 4, which means you're a 2. Okay. Yeah, that checks out. If this is part of the same 4, and you're a 1, you would be a 3, which means that you would be part of the 4. So you both would go this way. You'd be a 2, which means you would have to go up. And you would have to go this way. This 3 would have to go this way. And if you're a 1, this would be the 3. This has to be a 4 or a 1. So if this becomes a 1, you'd become a 4. Would then go down here. You would then be a 2. So then you'd go like this and then get stuck. Okay, so the 4 has to go to the side there. Which means you for sure are a 1. Which means you are a 3. Because the 4 goes this way. 3 goes here. You are a 2. You're also a 2, which means you'd have to go up, and you'd have to go this way. Oh, I should have used these notes so long ago. I can't do a 4 here, so this would have to be a 1. This would have to be a 1. So that way this is a 4, this would be a 3, and the 3 would have to go from there, so that's to a 4. Okay. So this is a 4. You can't be a 2, so you'd also have to be a 4. You would be a 2. You'd be a 4. Since you both are touching, you would be the same 4. You're a 1, so you'd be a 3. So you would be a 3. Would also be a 3. Would also be a 3. This would then be a 2. Which would never work. So what? What was that triggered that? Was it the 1? Yeah, if that was a 1. So you would also have to be a 3, which means that this is what that is. So that means you're a 1. Cool. You're either a 4 or a 2. I wonder which. Okay. If the 2 becomes this, 4 would have to be here. This would have to be a 3. Means this is a 1. Everything works. But if the 2 becomes this, then we're fucked. Okay. So the 2 has to become here. The 4 would go here. This would be a 3. And this would be a 1. And then I think at this point we can actually do this part. So if I do a 1, and then a 4, and a 2, that's not going to work because then it's going to hit that 4. So this is a 4, this is a 1, and then this is a 3. That separates those two. And this goes there, and then that goes there. Cool. This is a 2. Now what we have is this is either a 3 or a 1. And we are in the final stretch, as it were. Okay, well, if this is a 3, it can't ever go up. Because if it goes up, it's either a 1 or a 3, which it can't be. So whatever this block is, it just can't ever go up. Now, if this were a 3, 3 would look like this. Which would give this a 1. This would be the 3s. This would either be a 4 or a 2. It's a 2, it would never work, so it would be a 4. The 4 would have to touch this and this. This would then be a 3 and it wouldn't work. So I think you're just a 1. Which means if you were a 3, I think it would be something like this, because then this would be a 1. Still think then the 4s become this. That still works. This could be a 2. So what? 1, 2, 2. That finishes that, and then 4 and 3. Yep, there we go. That's the solution. Never mind. There's still a 4 that's down there. I totally forgot about that 4. It's not the solution. This has to be a 2 then. Which means this has to be a 4. So this becomes the 4s. Because that's not touching any of the 4s. Means this is a 3. So that was close. 1. This becomes a 2. Just don't know which way the 2 goes. 2, 4, 2. Yeah, okay, 2, 4, 2. Hold on. Is it this? Got it. Let's go. Got it. Oh, yeah. Alright. Well, we got a few more jeweled areas. Honestly, like, this game is just rough. I should have been using the notes so long ago. I really should have. Because that would have helped with figuring out probably a lot of these ones I've been struggling with. Bricky and Loopy are just gonna suck. I've just kind of come to accept that. But like, progress is slowly being made. And I'm okay with that. You know what? Since I did one of these before, let's just do another. I hate my life. Okay. Fuck. This has to be a 3. I'm going to do one of these and then I'll call it. Because these are just like the hardest of the hard. So this actually has to be the same. So if I were to do this, this would have to be a 4. Actually, this always has to be a 4, doesn't it? That always has to be a 4. And if they're different, then it's either... So this is either a 3 by 3 or it goes an extra bit. But regardless, this would be a 3. This would also be a 3. And then this would be that. Okay. I'm surprised that progress was being made here. This is another 2 by 2 or 2 by 4. So that would have to go here. You could only do this. Then you would only be this. You would have to be 4. This is working. This would be a 4. This also has to be a 4, which goes that way. This 4 goes here, this becomes a 3. This has to be a 3. There's no other way. This also becomes a 3, and this also becomes a 3. This has to become a 4. This becomes this. So these are either 3s or 4s, I just can't tell. This is also a 3 or a 4. This is actually a 3, because that's the only way this works. That's the only way that works, which means this is different, which means this is a 4. Or a 4. To say that this is that. This would be a 4. This would be a 4. I'm super close, actually. I actually do feel like I'm super close. If this is a 3, this would be a 3. This would be a 3, and that wouldn't work. This could be... This is a 3 here. This would be a 3 here. This would be a 4. There you go. That wasn't that hard. That was surprisingly easy. Cool. Cool. Progress. Alright. That is going to be it then for Artisan of Glimmith. My brain is officially mush. And that's just how this goes. We'll get through this, though. We will get through this. Honestly, I feel like I made a lot of progress with compasses, specifically. It still hurts my brain, but like progress is the key. Progress is the key. So I suppose next time when we play Artisan of Glimmith, we'll just keep doing more. So a few things to talk about, even though I know it's super late and people's brains are probably already fried. I have to change the schedule for this week-ish. I'll put an update on the schedule. Fucking Pacopia decided to do an update that has a event, and I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I guess we're gonna do the event, and I'm gonna work on some Pacopia stuff tomorrow. So, tomorrow we're gonna be doing more Hades runs. It's gonna stay the same. But instead of Islands of Insight, I will just do some brief Pacopia just to show off the event, grab the stuff, and then just kind of move on. And then also give my complaints about storage. So we'll just do some chill Pacopia stuff tomorrow night. Or tonight, I guess. So, with that all being said, that's going to be it for Artisan of Glimmith. So I thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Of course, if you're new, feel free to follow on Twitch or subscribe and like on YouTube. It helps out a lot. We all have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, night, or evening. Of course, my name's Katafi, and I'll see you all next time for some more Variety Gaming. See you all later. Peace. Bye, everyone.